Hello there. Tonight we are going to Ukraine. It is the night of April 25th into the early morning of April 26th, 1986. And we are at the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin nuclear power plant, known to the world as Chernobyl. In a few hours, reactor number 4 is going to explode. But before that, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, and tell me in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's begin. The night is warm for April in northern Ukraine. The temperature at midnight is around 10 degrees Celsius, mild enough that the workers on the night shift at the power station have left windows open in the control rooms and administrative buildings. And outside in the town of Pripyat, 3 kilometers to the northwest, people have been enjoying the spring evening. Pripyat is a young city built specifically for the workers of the Chernobyl plant, and it has the specific quality of Soviet planned cities of its era. Wide boulevards, apartment blocks arranged at orthogonal angles, a fairground with a Ferris wheel that was scheduled to open in 4 days for the May Day celebrations, a football pitch, a culture palace. The average age of Pripyat's residents is 26. The city has been built on optimism, which is what nuclear power represented to the Soviet Union in 1986, the cleanest, safest, most modern form of energy generation, proof that Soviet science was at the frontier of human achievement. There are no reasons for anyone in Pripyat to be afraid tonight. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant sits on a flat, marshy plain beside the Pripyat River, in the northern part of what was then the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, approximately 100 kilometers north of the capital Kiev. It consists of 4 operational reactors arranged in a long building, a 5th and 6th reactor under construction to the south, cooling ponds, turbine halls, administrative buildings, and a network of roads and rail connections threading through the flat landscape. The 4 operational reactors are RBMK-100 type reactors, a Soviet design that produced 1,000 megawatts of electrical power each, graphite moderated and water-cooled, and they have been running since the mid-1970s. Plant supplies electrical power to the Ukrainian grid and is considered one of the flagship achievements of the Soviet nuclear energy program. Its operators are proud of it. At midnight on April 25th to 26th, reactor number 4 is about to undergo a safety test. This is the central fact of the night, the thing that sets everything else in motion. A safety test. Not sabotage, not equipment failure caused by age or neglect, not a terrorist attack, not an act of war. A test that was supposed to make the reactor safer. A test that had been planned for years, that had been attempted at least twice before at other reactors in the Soviet system with inconclusive results, and that the plant's management had been pressured by the Soviet Electricity Ministry to complete before a scheduled maintenance shutdown. The specific test was designed to determine whether, in the event of an external power loss, the momentum of the turbines as they spun down could generate enough electrical power to run the reactor's cooling pumps for the approximately 60 to 75 seconds before backup diesel generators came online. This was a genuine safety concern. The test was designed to address it. Everything that followed was the result of the specific way the test was designed and the specific decisions made by the people running it. To understand what happens in Reactor 4 on the night of April 25th to 26th, you need to understand what an RBMK reactor is, and specifically how it differs from the reactors built in the West, because those differences are the specific technical foundation of the catastrophe. This is not a digression. This is the story. An RBMK reactor generates power through nuclear fission, the splitting of uranium atoms, which releases enormous amounts of heat. This heat is used to boil water into steam, which drives turbines, which generate electricity. The specific design of the RBMK uses graphite as a moderator. Graphite slows down the neutrons produced by fission to the speed at which they are most efficiently captured by uranium atoms to sustain the chain reaction, and uses water as a coolant, circulating it through channels in the graphite core to carry the heat away and eventually to the turbines. The fundamental problem with the RBMK design, the flaw that would kill reactor 4 on this specific night, is something called a positive void coefficient. In most Western reactor designs, if the coolant water turns to steam, creating voids in the cooling channels, the fission reaction slows down and eventually stops. Steam is a less effective moderator than liquid water, so fewer neutrons are captured by uranium atoms. The chain reaction decreases, and the reactor naturally trends toward shutdown when its coolant boils away. This is a self-stabilizing system. The reactor has a built-in tendency to cool itself down when it gets too hot. The RBMK reactor has the opposite characteristic. Because the graphite does the moderating rather than the water's primary job is cooling rather than moderating. When the water boils into steam, the moderation continues via the graphite, but the reactor now has fewer neutrons being absorbed by the water, and water, at normal operating levels, actually absorbs neutrons that slightly suppress the fission reaction. Remove the water or turn it to steam, and the neutron-absorbing effect of the water is lost, which means more neutrons are available to split uranium atoms, which means the reaction speeds up rather than slowing down. A hotter reactor produces more steam. More steam accelerates the reaction, which produces more heat, more steam, more reaction. This is called a runaway positive feedback loop, and it is the specific property of the RBMK design that makes it uniquely dangerous under specific conditions, specifically at low power levels, where the positive void coefficient is most pronounced and where the reactor becomes genuinely difficult to control. There is a second design flaw in the RBMK that is critical to the events of April 26th. The control rods, long graphite and boron rods, that can be inserted into the reactor core to absorb neutrons and slow or stop the reaction, have a specific design problem that Soviet reactor engineers had identified before April 1986. Tips of the control rods are made of graphite rather than boron. Boron absorbs neutrons very efficiently. Graphite does not. When a control rod is pushed into the reactor core from its fully withdrawn position, the graphite tip enters the lower part of the core first, and for a brief moment, before the boron part of the rod displaces it, the graphite tip actually increases the reaction rate in the lower core rather than decreasing it. This effect, which Soviet engineers called the positive scram effect or the end effect, was known, had been calculated, had been classified as a design defect in internal Soviet documents and had not been communicated to the operators at Chernobyl or at other RBMK plants. The people running Reactor 4 on the night of April 25th to 26th did not know about the end effect. They would find out in the worst possible way. Now let's meet the people who are running Reactor 4 on this night, because the catastrophe that is coming is not simply a machine failure. It is a human story. The night shift began at midnight, when Alexander Akimov took over as shift foreman for Unit 4. Akimov was 33 years old, an experienced reactor operator who had worked at Chernobyl for years. He was competent, conscientious, trusted by his colleagues, and not someone who took unnecessary risks. He would be dead within 2 weeks of this night, killed by radiation exposure. At the reactor's main control panel was Leonid Topshunov, a 25-year-old senior reactor control engineer who had been in his role for only a few months, one of the most junior senior operators at the plant. Topshunov had a specific responsibility for the control rod system, for monitoring the reactor's power level, and for maintaining the delicate balance of neutron flux inside the core. He would also be dead within 2 weeks. Present in the control room as an observer, and increasingly as a de facto director of the test, was Anatoly Dyatlov, the deputy chief engineer for operations at the power station. Dyatlov was 55 years old, had been working with nuclear reactors since the 1960s, was known throughout the plant as an intelligent, technically capable, and deeply unpleasant man. He was abrasive, dismissive of junior operators' concerns, and accustomed to getting his way through a combination of authority and intimidation. He believed the test had to be completed before the maintenance shutdown, and he was not going to let the concerns of a 25-year-old control engineer stop it. He would survive the night, survive radiation exposure that should have killed him, and would die of cancer in 1995 at the age of 64, having spent the intervening years insisting that the accident was the fault of the operators rather than the reactor design. The test had actually begun on the afternoon of April 25th during the previous day's shift. At 1 p.m. on April 25th, the power reduction that was required for the test had begun. At 2 p.m., the Key 8 grid controller, responding to unusually high demand for electricity in the grid, had called the plant and asked them to maintain power output for a few more hours and delay the test. The plant had complied. For 9 hours, Reactor 4 operated at full power while the test was on hold, waiting for the grid controller's permission to proceed. This 9-hour delay would matter, because during those 9 hours the reactor accumulated xenon-135, a fission byproduct that absorbs neutrons and suppresses the fission reaction, a phenomenon called xenon poisoning. The xenon buildup that occurred during the delay would make the subsequent test far more dangerous than it would otherwise have been. At 11:10 p.m. on April 25th, permission was given to resume the power reduction. The outgoing day shift had spent their shift not doing the test and were handing over to the night shift. Leonid Topshunov, the junior engineer, was at the controls. The power reduction began, and then something went wrong. At approximately 12:28 a.m. on April 26th, the power level in Reactor 4 fell dramatically. Topshunov, managing the power reduction manually, either misread an instrument or made a control error, and the power collapsed from the operational level toward zero far faster than it should have. The xenon that had been accumulating during the 9-hour delay was now asserting itself fully, absorbing neutrons and strangling the chain reaction. Within seconds, the power had dropped from the 1500 megawatts thermal, that was the minimum safe operating level for the test, down through 1000, through 500, toward 200, toward 100, toward 30 megawatts, a barely flickering, barely sustained reaction in a reactor that was designed to operate at 3,200 megawatts thermal at full power. This power collapse should have ended the test. It should have resulted in the reactor being shut down and the test rescheduled. At 30 megawatts, with massive xenon poisoning suppressing the reaction, and with the reactor in an inherently unstable low power state, the correct procedure was to insert the control rods fully and allow the reactor to shut down naturally. The xenon would decay over the next 12 to 24 hours. The reactor could be restarted cleanly, and the test could be attempted again at a more appropriate time with the reactor in a stable condition. Dyatlov refused to abort. The test had already been delayed 9 hours. It had to be completed before the shutdown. He ordered Topshunov to increase power. Topshunov pulled out the control rods, most of them, trying to give the chain reaction room to grow. The power climbed back, slowly, fighting the xenon, stabilizing at approximately 200 megawatts. This was still far below the 1500 megawatts minimum for the test. It was also a reactor configuration that no experienced operator would want to maintain. Most of the control rods withdrawn, the reactor at an unusual power level, in an inherently unstable xenon-poisoned state where small perturbations could produce large and rapid changes in the reaction rate. Dyatlov ordered the test to proceed at 200 megawatts. Akimov expressed concern. Topshunov expressed concern. Dyatlov overrode them. This is the specific moment around which the catastrophe rotates. A man with authority telling men with knowledge to proceed when they should have stopped. At 1 hour 23 minutes and 4 seconds a.m. on April 26, 1986, the test began. The next 23 seconds contain one of the most compressed sequences of catastrophic physics in industrial history, and they deserve to be walked through carefully. The test required the steam supply to the turbines to be cut, simulating a power loss while the reactor remained running. This reduction in steam flow had an immediate effect. The coolant water in the reactor's channels, which had been partly boiled by the heat of the reaction, had less steam pressure driving it through the system, meaning it was now less turbulent. And with less turbulence, the bubbles of steam in the cooling channels collapsed. The void coefficient, the RBMK's fundamental instability, responded immediately. With fewer steam voids in the coolant, the water absorbed more neutrons, which should have slowed the reaction. But the reactor was already in a state of suppressed power due to xenon poisoning, and the cooling water, absorbing more neutrons, pushed it even lower. The automated power control system responded by withdrawing more control rods, trying to maintain power, making the reactor's active core smaller and more concentrated. Then the pumps driving the coolant through the system started to slow, as the test design had intended. This was the whole point of the test, to see how long the pumps could run on turbine momentum. As the pumps slowed, water flow through the channels decreased. Less water moving through the core meant the water that was there had longer to be heated, so it boiled more vigorously into steam. More steam voids in the channels meant the positive void coefficient was now operating in the opposite direction. Less neutron absorption by the water, more reaction, more heat, more steam. The power began climbing, fast. At 1 hour 23 minutes and 40 seconds, Leonid Topshunov saw the power readings accelerating beyond the test parameters. He pressed the emergency shutdown button, a Z5, which was supposed to rapidly insert all of the control rods into the core simultaneously, ending the chain reaction. This was the correct procedure. It was also, in the specific circumstances of Reactor 4, at 1 hour 23 minutes and 40 seconds AM on April 26, 1986. A catastrophic mistake, not because pressing the button was wrong, but because of the end effect that the operators didn't know about. The control rods began dropping into the reactor from above, graphite tips first. In the lower portion of the core, the graphite tips entering first caused a brief but intense spike in reactivity. More graphite meant more efficient moderation. More efficient, more heat, before the boron portion of the rods could enter and absorb neutrons to suppress the reaction. In a reactor at normal operating levels, this brief end effect spike is manageable, absorbed by the overall stability of the system. In Reactor 4, at 200 megawatts, in a xenon-poisoned state, with most of the control rods already withdrawn, running the positive void coefficient experiment, the end effect spike was not manageable. The reactor's power, already climbing, surged to somewhere between 30 and 100 times its maximum design capacity in the space of a few seconds. The fuel rods fractured from thermal shock. The cooling water flashed to steam instantaneously throughout the core. The steam pressure became so extreme that it blew the reactor's 1,000-ton upper biological shield, the lid of the reactor, off the top of the building. This was the first explosion. Then the superheated fuel and graphite coming into contact with air caused a second larger explosion, possibly a steam explosion, possibly involving a prompt criticality, a brief moment of uncontrolled nuclear fission. The roof of the reactor building was destroyed. Chunks of burning graphite, the moderator from the reactor's core, highly radioactive, were thrown hundreds of meters, landing on the roofs of adjacent buildings and starting fires. The core of Reactor 4, still generating heat from the decaying radioactive materials within it, was now open to the sky. It was 1:23 a.m. The test had been running for exactly 54 seconds. Across the reactor building from the destroyed Unit 4, in the turbine hall that was shared by Reactors 3 and 4, workers felt the building shake. The night is warm, and several windows are open. A man named Razin Davletbaev, the deputy chief of the turbine shop, is on duty. He feels the explosions, sees the ceiling shake, sees parts of the roof fall in. He does not know what has happened. Nobody on the site, in those first minutes, knows what has happened, because what has happened is something that the official Soviet position on nuclear safety said could not happen. The RBMK reactor, according to Soviet nuclear doctrine, could not explode. It was physically impossible. The reactor had multiple safety systems, multiple redundancies, multiple automatic protections. It was safe. The Soviet Union's nuclear power program had operated for decades without a major accident. The people on site at Chernobyl in the first minutes after the explosion were working within a specific cognitive framework that told them an explosion of this kind was not possible, which meant the evidence of their senses, the destroyed building, the burning graphite on the roofs, the specific quality of the air, which was already becoming perceptibly different from the spring air of 30 seconds ago, was being processed against a framework that could not accommodate what it was processing. Alexander Akimov, in the control room of Reactor 4, looked at his instruments in the immediate aftermath of the explosion. Many of them had gone offline. Those that still functioned showed readings that were, by his training and his understanding of what was possible, impossible. He assumed the instruments were damaged. He assumed the reactor core was still intact. He told himself and the people around him that the core had survived, and that what they needed to do was restore the cooling water flow to the reactor by starting the emergency feed water pumps. This assumption that the core was intact and needed cooling was completely wrong. The core was destroyed and open to the sky, but it directed the immediate actions of the people in the control room in the critical first hours, sending firefighters and operators toward the most intensely radioactive areas of the site, because they believed they were trying to cool an intact but damaged reactor rather than manage the aftermath of a complete destruction. The firefighters arrived at approximately 1:28 a.m. The first units came from the plant's own fire station, located on site, reaching the reactor building within 5 minutes of the explosion. They were led by Lieutenant Pravik and Lieutenant Kibinok, young men in their 20s, experienced firefighters responding to what they understood as a conventional industrial fire with a possible radiological component. They were not told, because the people who called them did not know, that what was burning on the roofs of the reactor buildings was the graphite core of a destroyed nuclear reactor, that they were walking across and touching materials with radiation levels that would kill them within days, that the air they were breathing was laden with radioactive particles that were entering their lungs and beginning the process of irradiating them from the inside. The firefighters who arrived first at the reactor building described the specific sensory experience of the site in those first minutes. The taste of metal in the mouth, which is a symptom of very high acute radiation exposure. A kind of electric metallic taste that starts with the mucous membranes responding to the ionizing radiation. A feeling of warmth on the exposed skin that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. And in some cases, almost immediate nausea, which is the body's gastrointestinal system responding to the radiation dose. Several of the firefighters vomited within the first hour. They attributed it to shock or to smoke inhalation. They kept working. They did what firefighters do. They fought the fires on the roofs. They used water and foam. They climbed ladders to the roofs of the adjacent buildings, some of which were at heights of 30 meters or more, to reach fires in places where the burning graphite chunks had landed. They communicated with each other by radio and by shouting across the noise of the fire and the emergency equipment. They moved efficiently and professionally through an environment that was invisibly killing them, doing the job they had trained to do, because nothing in their training or their experience had prepared them for the specific nature of this emergency. The graphite. This is the detail that matters most about the firefighters' exposure in those first hours. The graphite blocks that had been thrown from the core were solid radioactive material, not liquid, not gas, not a cloud of particles, but solid pieces of carbon that had been sitting inside an operating nuclear reactor for years, absorbing neutron flux, becoming radioactive through activation. When a firefighter stepped on a piece of graphite, or picked it up to move it out of the way, or worked near it for an extended period, the radiation from that solid piece of material was measured in units that most radiation safety literature describes as lethal within minutes of exposure at the levels some firefighters were receiving. Some of the firefighters noticed the graphite on the ground and recognized it for what it was. One man, Anatoly Sitnikov, a deputy chief engineer, who arrived at the site in the first hour and walked to the edge of the destroyed reactor building to look in, saw the core from above. He saw the glow of the nuclear graphite fire, the specific blue light of Cherenkov radiation, where the core was still reacting in air, the visible destruction of a structure that was supposed to be indestructible. He understood what he was looking at in a way that most of the people on site in those first minutes did not, and what he understood horrified him. He did not live to testify at the trial. He died in May 1986 from acute radiation syndrome. In the hours between the explosion and dawn, the emergency response at Chernobyl was characterized by the specific paralysis that comes from facing something your entire professional framework has told you is impossible. Viktor Bryakhanov, the plant director, arrived at the site in the first hour and established an emergency headquarters in the plant's shelter, the administrative bunker built for exactly this kind of emergency. His first reports to Moscow were disastrously wrong. He reported a radiation level of 3.6 Röntgen per hour at the site perimeter, a significant but manageable level that implied the accident was serious but contained. The actual radiation levels in and around the destroyed reactor building were orders of magnitude higher. Some readings exceeded 10 Röntgen per second, at which level a human body receives a lethal dose within 2 minutes. The 3.6 Röntgen per hour reading came from one specific dosimeter at one specific location that happened to be at the outer edge of the radiation field, and it was the reading that Bryakhanov chose to report to Moscow because it was the number his instruments could measure. The other dosimeters, the ones capable of reading higher levels, had been put away in a safe because they were needed only in emergencies. And this, officially, was not yet an emergency in the sense that Soviet bureaucratic procedure required before those instruments were used. The KGB officer at the plant, a man named Gennady Burdov, filed an accurate report to his superiors in Moscow within the first hours. The KGB report described what had actually been seen: a destroyed reactor building, burning graphite, firefighters in an environment that was visibly dangerous. This report, along with the plant director's inaccurate report, went to Moscow, where a commission was assembled to manage the crisis. The two reports contradicted each other, and the commission, in the early morning hours of April 26th, was working with information that ranged from accurate to profoundly misleading, trying to understand an event whose true nature was not yet fully communicated to anyone outside the immediate area of the plant. Moscow's response in the first hours was shaped by the specific bureaucratic culture of the Soviet system, which valued information control above almost everything else. The accident was real, it was serious, but before its nature was fully understood by those in positions of authority, the instinct to manage the information was already operating. What would become one of the defining features of the Chernobyl disaster, the Soviet government's initial concealment and minimization of the accident, was not a calculated decision made by senior officials sitting in a room deciding to lie. It was the emergent result of a system in which everyone at every level of the hierarchy was motivated to report upward the most optimistic picture consistent with the available data, because reporting bad news accurately had specific and severe personal consequences in the Soviet system, and because the instinct to minimize and control was structural rather than individual. In Pripyat, on the night of April 25th to 26th, the residents were asleep or going to bed when the explosion occurred. The distance from the plant to the city center is approximately 3 kilometers. The explosion was heard and felt by people who were awake. Some described a sound like a thunderclap. Some described feeling a vibration through their apartment buildings. People who lived in the upper floors of Pripyat's taller apartment blocks, looking south toward the plant, saw something unusual. A glow in the direction of the reactor buildings, visible against the dark sky, and above it a faint purplish blue light that some residents described as beautiful, not knowing what caused it. The glow was the graphite fire. The blue light was Cherenkov radiation, the specific luminescence produced when charged particles move through air at near the speed of light, which occurs in the vicinity of highly radioactive materials. It is a real phenomenon, not an artifact of distance or atmospheric effects, and it is beautiful in the specific terrible way that some extremely dangerous things are beautiful. People who saw it from their apartment windows on the night of April 26th were receiving radiation doses from the particles those photons represented, doses that were low enough at 3 kilometers to be manageable, but that were real and were being recorded in their bodies. Some of the residents of Pripyat, who were awake in the early morning hours, walked toward the plant. This is one of the most painful aspects of the night's story. People in Pripyat, curious about the glow and the sound, not knowing that radiation was invisible, and that the curiosity drawing them toward the source of light was drawing them toward danger, walked from their apartments toward the railway bridge that crossed the tracks leading to the plant. The bridge offered a view south toward the reactor buildings, and it became, in the early morning hours, a gathering point for curious residents who stood and watched the fire and the glow in the extraordinary sight of a massive industrial structure in visible distress. Some of these people, particularly those who stayed for extended periods, received significant radiation doses. The bridge became known later as the Bridge of Death, though this name came from retrospective accounts, and the death toll specifically attributable to standing on the bridge is not precisely documented. In the apartments, children slept. Parents who were awake and had heard the explosion or seen the glow debated with each other about what it was, whether it was serious, whether they should wake their children. The official advice in those first hours was nothing. No official advice had been issued yet. There was no announcement on the radio or television. There was nothing to tell the residents of Pripyat that anything unusual had happened, because the Soviet system's first instinct was silence rather than communication, and because the people with the authority to issue evacuation orders were still trying to understand what had happened, still believing, in some cases, that the reactor core was intact, still hoping that the situation would be contained and that the news could be managed. Children played outside on the morning of April 26th. It was a Saturday. The schools were closed. It was a mild spring day with a light breeze. Parents let their children play in the streets and parks of Pripyat, while 3 kilometers to the south, the open core of Reactor 4 released radioactive particles into the air that the breeze was carrying north through the city. Some parents noticed that the children seemed to have a slightly odd color to their skin, or that they complained of headaches and attributed it to the previous night's activity or to spring colds. The evacuation of Pripyat did not begin until 36 hours after the explosion. By dawn on April 26th, approximately 600 firefighters were on or around the Chernobyl site. The fires on the roofs of the turbine hall and the adjacent reactor buildings had been largely suppressed, but the fire in the reactor core itself, the graphite fire in the open pit of the destroyed reactor, continued to burn, releasing radioactive particles into the atmosphere with every breath the hot core took. The graphite fire was not a fire in the ordinary sense. It was a sustained high-temperature oxidation of nuclear irradiated carbon, and it could not be extinguished with water, which would have made things worse, or with conventional fire suppression materials. The core burned because it was hot enough to sustain combustion without any external fuel source, the heat coming from the ongoing radioactive decay of the fission products in the destroyed fuel. The firefighters who had worked through the night were being taken to the hospital in Pripyat by around 4 a.m. They came in groups, some of them walking under their own power, some needing to be helped. The hospital in Pripyat was not equipped for mass radiation exposure. It was a standard Soviet provincial hospital with a small radiological capability. The medical staff, nurses, and doctors working the night shift received patients who exhibited the specific early symptoms of acute radiation syndrome: a metallic taste, a nausea and vomiting, the skin that was beginning to show the characteristic redness of radiation burn. Some of the firefighters had skin that was blistering on their faces and hands where they had touched the graphite or been near the most intense radiation sources. The doctors did what they could with what they had. The hospital had a limited supply of iodine tablets, which would have been useful if distributed to the population of Pripyat that morning to block the thyroids. Absorption of radioactive iodine, one of the primary released isotopes. The iodine tablets were not distributed to the population. They were in the hospital supply, waiting for an emergency that the authorities had not yet officially declared. Dr. Angelina Gaskova, the Soviet Union's leading specialist in radiation medicine, received a call in Moscow in the early morning hours of April 26th, informing her of an accident at Chernobyl and asking her to prepare the specialized radiation treatment facility at Moscow Clinical Hospital No. 6. She began preparing for what she expected would be a manageable number of radiation casualties, perhaps a few dozen at most. By the time she received the first patients by air transport from Chernobyl on April 26th, she was already understanding from the clinical presentations she was seeing that the accident was far worse than anything she had been told. What was burning in Reactor 4's open core was releasing a specific inventory of radioactive materials into the atmosphere, and understanding what those materials were is important for understanding the nature and scale of the contamination that followed. The destroyed fuel in Reactor 4 contained the full range of radioactive fission products that accumulate in nuclear fuel during operation. Isotopes of iodine, cesium, strontium, plutonium, and dozens of others, each with its own half-life, its own mode of radioactive decay, and its own specific biological impact when inhaled, ingested, or deposited on skin. The two most significant from a public health perspective were iodine-131 and cesium-137. Iodine-131 is the more immediately dangerous in the short term. It is absorbed by the thyroid gland, which mistakes it for ordinary iodine and irradiates the thyroid from within. Children are particularly vulnerable because their thyroids are more active and absorb more iodine. Iodine-131 has a half-life of 8 days, meaning that half of whatever amount is deposited in the thyroid will have decayed in 8 days, and after 60 days, there is essentially nothing left. It is therefore a short-lived hazard, but an intense one. In the first weeks after the explosion, iodine-131 was being inhaled and ingested through contaminated food, particularly milk from cows that had grazed on contaminated grass across a large area of Ukraine and Belarus. The specific consequence of this iodine-131 exposure elevated thyroid cancer rates, particularly in children who were young at the time of the explosion, became one of the most clearly documented health effects of Chernobyl in the decades following the accident. Cesium-137 is less acutely dangerous, but far more persistent. It has a half-life of 30 years, meaning it remains a source of radiation in the environment for centuries. It behaves in the environment like potassium, which means it is readily absorbed by plants and enters the food chain through soil and vegetation. The cesium deposited across large areas of Ukraine, Belarus, and eventually much of Europe in the days after the explosion remained in the soil for decades, affecting agricultural land, forests, and watersheds. In some of the most heavily contaminated areas of Belarus, the cesium contamination was sufficient to require the permanent abandonment of villages and agricultural land. The total amount of radioactive material released from Reactor 4 was estimated by subsequent studies at approximately 5 to 6% of the reactor's fuel inventory, including significant amounts of cesium-137, iodine-131, strontium-90, and smaller amounts of plutonium and other actinides. The release did not happen in a single instant at the moment of the explosion. It continued for 10 days, driven by the burning graphite core until Soviet authorities finally extinguished the core fire by dropping approximately 5,000 tons of sand, boron, clay, and lead from helicopters onto the open reactor. A heroic and dangerous operation that exposed hundreds of helicopter crew members to significant radiation. And that may have actually made some aspects of the situation worse by increasing the thermal load on the partially melted fuel, though it did eventually suppress the graphite fire. By the afternoon of April 26th, the Soviet commission established to manage the Chernobyl accident had arrived on site. The commission was led by Boris Sherbina, the deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers, a senior government official with no nuclear background, who found himself responsible for managing the worst nuclear accident in history. Alongside him came Valery Legasov, a deputy director of the Kurchatov Institute of Atomic Energy, one of the Soviet Union's most distinguished nuclear scientists, who would spend the next 2 years investigating the accident, providing testimony at the IAEA, and eventually, on the second anniversary of the explosion, taking his own life. Legasov left behind audio recordings of his account of the accident that were discovered after his death, and that provided some of the most important primary testimony about both the technical causes of the disaster and the institutional failures that enabled it. Legasov understood what had happened more quickly than almost anyone else on site. He arrived, assessed the situation, looked at the readings, looked at the destroyed building, and within hours had formed the judgment that Reactor 4's core was fully destroyed, and that the situation required a response at a scale the Soviet Union had not previously attempted. He was the person who advised Sherbina on the helicopter sand-dropping operation. He was the person who briefed the commission on the specific nature of the RBMK design flaws that had contributed to the accident. He was also the person who, throughout the subsequent 2 years, had to navigate the Soviet bureaucracy's determination to minimize the significance of the accident, to attribute it to operator error rather than design flaws, to limit the compensation and evacuation of affected populations, and to prevent the full truth of the reactor's design from becoming known internationally. The specific burden Legasov carried in those 2 years, knowing the full truth of what had happened and understanding the gap between that truth and what the Soviet system would allow him to say, is one of the human stories of Chernobyl that the technical narrative of the accident does not easily accommodate. He was a brilliant scientist operating in a political system that subordinated science to ideology, and the Chernobyl accident put those two things into irreconcilable conflict in a way that eventually destroyed him. The evacuation of Pripyat began at 2 p.m. on April 27th, 36 hours after the explosion. The order was given after a tense standoff between the commission's scientists, who had been pushing for immediate evacuation based on their measurements of the radiation levels in the city, and the political authorities, who were reluctant to order an evacuation because it would be an implicit admission of the severity of the accident, and because organizing the evacuation of 50,000 people required logistics that took time to assemble. When the order came, it was delivered on the city's radio system in a specific, carefully worded way designed to minimize panic. Residents were told to prepare a few days' worth of belongings, that they would be returning in 3 days, that this was a temporary precautionary measure. They were told to leave their pets. Many people left food on the table, turned off the stove, locked their apartments, and took a bag for 3 days. The 3 days became permanent. Nobody who left that afternoon ever went back to live in Pripyat. The evacuation was conducted using buses. Approximately 1,200 buses were assembled from across the surrounding region, a remarkable logistical feat that spoke to the Soviet system's capacity for organized mass mobilization when the political will existed to direct it. The buses moved in convoy through Pripyat streets, loading at designated points. People filed onto the buses quietly, in the specific manner of people who are frightened but have been told there is no reason to be frightened. Children carried their most important things. Older residents left behind the accumulated possessions of lifetimes. The convoy moved out of Pripyat on the road south toward Kiev and then west away from the contamination zone. From the road, looking back, residents could see the reactor building, or rather, the space where the reactor building had been, the blown-out walls, and the absence of a roof, and the continuing glow of the fire. Some people on the buses understood in that moment, watching the plant recede through the bus windows, that whatever they had been told about returning in 3 days was probably wrong. The exclusion zone, the 30-kilometer radius around the Chernobyl plant that was established in the days following the accident, eventually encompassed not just Pripyat, but approximately 350 other villages, towns, and settlements that were evacuated over the following weeks and months. A total of approximately 350,000 people were relocated from the contaminated areas around Chernobyl, the largest nuclear evacuation in history. The exclusion zone remains in place today, though its status has evolved over the decades from a strictly prohibited area to one that allows limited access for workers maintaining the containment structures, and in recent years, for tourists who come to see the abandoned city of Pripyat. The men who worked to suppress the immediate emergency at Chernobyl in the days following the explosion, the firefighters, the operators, the helicopter crew members, the miners who dug a tunnel beneath the destroyed reactor to install a heat exchanger, the soldiers and workers who cleaned the most contaminated areas of the site, are collectively known in Russian as the liquidators. Approximately 600,000 people were involved in the cleanup and containment work at Chernobyl over the period from 1986 to approximately 1990, working in conditions that ranged from significantly elevated radiation to acutely dangerous. The health consequences for the liquidators have been one of the most contested aspects of the Chernobyl story. Caught between Soviet-era denial, the genuine difficulties of epidemiological research in a population with multiple confounding variables, and the political dynamics of a disaster whose scale various parties had different interests in, representing either as catastrophic or as manageable. What the most careful and rigorous epidemiological studies have found is an elevated rate of leukemia and thyroid cancer among the most heavily exposed liquidators, particularly those who worked in the immediate vicinity of the reactor in the first weeks. The overall mortality among liquidators from radiation-related causes is a matter of genuine scientific uncertainty, with estimates ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands, depending on the model and the assumptions used. The 28 acute radiation deaths, the workers and firefighters who received lethal doses in the first hours and days of the accident, and who died in Moscow's Hospital No. 6 in the weeks following, are the most clearly attributable fatalities. Their names are known. Their stories are documented. Lieutenant Provik and Lieutenant Kibinok, the young firefighters who arrived first and worked on the most contaminated rooftops, died in May 1986 in their 20s. Leonid Topchinov, the 25-year-old engineer at the reactor controls when it exploded, died on May 14th. Alexander Akimov, the shift foreman who spent the hours after the explosion trying to restore cooling to what he believed was an intact reactor, died on May 11th. The specific deaths of Topchinov and Akimov carry a specific weight in the story of Chernobyl, because both men had expressed concern about proceeding with the test in the conditions that existed on the night of April 25th to 26th, and both men were overruled by Dyatlov. They died doing a job they had been told to do by a superior, operating a reactor whose specific design flaw they had not been informed about, in conditions they had correctly identified as dangerous. Whether this makes them victims or participants in the accident is one of the moral questions that Chernobyl poses, and that no single answer satisfactorily resolves. The trial of the Chernobyl operators began in July 1987 in Chernobyl, in a building within the exclusion zone. The defendants were Viktor Bryakhanov, the plant director, Nikolai Fomin, the chief engineer, Anatoly Dyatlov, the deputy chief engineer, and 3 other plant officials. They were charged with criminal negligence and violations of safety regulations. The trial was a closed proceeding, not open to the public or to international observers, conducted within the Soviet judicial system according to Soviet legal procedures. The testimony was largely technical, dealing with the specific sequence of decisions made on the night of April 25th to 26th. The verdict found all 6 defendants guilty. Bryakhanov, Fomin, and Dyatlov received the maximum sentence of 10 years in a labor camp. The trial's specific structure reflected the Soviet system's determination to frame the Chernobyl accident as the fault of individual operators rather than as a consequence of the reactor's design. The RBMK's positive void coefficient, its end effect control rod problem, the inadequacy of the safety test protocol, the failures of the design approval process that had allowed these flaws to persist. None of these systemic issues were addressed in the criminal proceedings. The operators were convicted for the decisions they made on the night of the accident. And while those decisions were genuinely problematic, and Dyatlov's behavior specifically was genuinely reckless, the framing of individual criminal responsibility allowed the systemic, institutional, and design failures to remain officially unacknowledged. Valery Legasov, who had been intimately involved in both the technical investigation and the political management of the Chernobyl story, watched the trial's framing with growing distress. He had testified at the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna in August 1986, giving the Soviet Union's official account of the accident, which acknowledged the operator errors while minimizing the discussion of the design flaws. He had done this because that was what the Soviet system required of him, and it required it because acknowledging the design flaw would have meant acknowledging that every RBMK reactor in the Soviet Union had the same flaw, which would have had enormous political and economic consequences. Legasov knew he had not told the full truth in Vienna, and this knowledge was one of the specific weights he carried through the 2 years that followed. On the night of April 26, 1988, the second anniversary of the explosion, he recorded his final testimony on cassette tape, detailing everything he believed had actually caused the accident and everything he believed the Soviet system had misrepresented or concealed. Then he hanged himself in his Moscow apartment. The tapes were found. They were circulated, initially in samizdat form, and eventually became public knowledge. Legasov had used his death to say what his life within the Soviet system had not permitted him to say. It is a specific and terrible kind of honesty, the honesty that is only possible after everything else has been foreclosed. The sarcophagus, the massive concrete and steel structure built over the remains of Reactor 4 in the months following the accident, is one of the most remarkable construction projects in the history of engineering, and one of the most troubled. It was completed in November 1986, approximately 7 months after the explosion, by an estimated 200,000 workers who worked in rotation to limit their individual radiation exposures. The structure enclosed the destroyed reactor building, containing the remaining fuel and the vast quantities of radioactive dust and debris within a shell that was never intended to be permanent, but that was the only containment solution available in the time frame that the situation demanded. The sarcophagus had a designed lifespan of approximately 20 to 30 years. It was constructed in conditions of urgency that precluded the kind of careful engineering that a permanent structure would require, and it began deteriorating from the moment it was completed. Water entered through gaps in the structure, becoming radioactive and accumulating in the spaces around the reactor ruins. The interior of the sarcophagus became one of the most contaminated places on Earth. The specific areas around the remaining nuclear fuel containing materials with radiation levels high enough to kill a person in seconds. In 2010, the international community, led by the Group of 8 Nations and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, agreed to fund the construction of a new containment structure, the new safe confinement, a massive arched structure of unprecedented scale that would slide over the existing sarcophagus on rails and seal the site for a designed lifespan of 100 years. The new safe confinement was completed and slid into place in 2016, 30 years after the accident. It is the largest movable land structure ever built, approximately 160 meters tall and 257 meters wide. It contains the remains of Reactor 4 and the original sarcophagus and the vast inventory of radioactive material within it, sealed from the environment, while long-term plans for the actual management and eventual decommissioning of the site continue to be developed. The site will remain hazardous for centuries. The cesium-137 has a 30-year half-life, meaning it will be at 1/4 of its current activity level in 60 years and at 1/8 in 90 years. The strontium-90 has a similar half-life. The plutonium in the fuel has isotopes with half-lives of tens of thousands of years. The specific inventory of radioactive material in and around Reactor 4, the fuel, the graphite, the contaminated concrete and steel of the reactor building, the corium that formed when the fuel melted and mixed with the building. Materials will be a management challenge for human civilization for longer than human civilization has existed in its current form. Chernobyl today. The exclusion zone covers an area of approximately 2,600 square kilometers, roughly the size of Luxembourg. Within it, nature has reclaimed the spaces that humans left behind. Pripyat, 36 years after the evacuation, is overgrown with birch trees and brush that have pushed through the pavement and the floors of the abandoned buildings. The specific vegetative slow-motion violence of plants reclaiming a built environment. The apartment blocks still stand, their windows long since broken, their interiors stripped by looters and by the weather of 4 decades. The Ferris wheel that was scheduled to open for May Day 1986 stands in the fairground, orange with rust, never having turned with passengers. The culture palace is collapsing. The schools have trees growing through their floors. Wildlife has returned to the exclusion zone in extraordinary abundance. Wolves, bears, lynx, wild boar, moose, horses, eagles, species that had been largely absent from the agricultural land before 1986 have repopulated the zone in numbers that have surprised ecologists and made the exclusion zone one of the most significant wildlife reserves in Europe. The radiation levels in the zone vary enormously by location, from essentially background levels in many areas to still significantly elevated levels in the most contaminated spots. The animals living in the zone show elevated levels of radioactive isotopes in their tissues, but in most populations appear to be surviving and reproducing without the gross visible effects that early fears about the zone's ecology predicted. The long-term genetic and health effects on the animal populations of the exclusion zone are an ongoing subject of ecological research. Tourists come to Chernobyl and Pripyat now in organized tour groups, guided through the exclusion zone by licensed operators who manage their exposure and their access to the most contaminated areas. The tours have grown in number since the 2019 HBO series dramatized the accident, which brought Chernobyl to a new international audience and sparked renewed interest in what had happened there. The tourists walk through Pripyat's abandoned streets with dosimeters clipped to their clothing, monitoring their real-time radiation exposure, and photograph the Ferris wheel and the school interiors and the rusted equipment and the apartment buildings being reclaimed by birch trees. And they try to understand what it means to stand in a place where an entire city was abandoned in an afternoon and has been slowly returning to forest ever since. Some of the tour operators are former residents of Pripyat, now in their 50s and 60s, who returned to the place they grew up to guide strangers through the streets they knew as children. They describe what was here before the Ferris wheel rusted, the specific texture of a Soviet-planned city with its wide streets and its culture palace, and its young population, and its optimism about the future that nuclear power represented. They describe the morning of April 26th as their parents lived it, the spring day with the children outside, and the glow visible to the south, and the official silence that lasted 36 hours before the buses came. They carry the specific knowledge of what was lost, and they pass it to people who come from countries far away to stand in the abandoned streets and tried to feel the weight of it. The Chernobyl accident did not only destroy Reactor 4 and irradiate large areas of Europe, it contributed, in ways that are still debated by historians, to the collapse of the Soviet Union itself. This is one of the most significant and least discussed consequences of a single night in April 1986. Mikhail Gorbachev, who had been the Soviet leader for only 1 year when the accident occurred, later said in an interview that Chernobyl was the real cause of the Soviet Union's collapse, perhaps more than anything else, including my policy of perestroika. What he meant was not that the explosion directly destroyed the Soviet state, but that the accident forced the Soviet system into a confrontation with its own contradictions that it could not survive. The specific contradiction that Chernobyl forced into the open was the fundamental tension between the Soviet system's requirement for information control and the physical reality of radioactive contamination that does not respect borders, that cannot be kept secret, and that registers on instruments carried by scientists in Sweden, Finland, Germany, Poland, and eventually across Europe, instruments that began detecting elevated radioactivity in the days following April 26th, and that produced measurements that were then reported in Western media, and that the Soviet Union could not credibly deny. It was Swedish scientists at the Forsmark nuclear power plant, approximately 1,000 kilometers northwest of Chernobyl, who first detected unusual radioactivity on April 28th. Elevated readings on the personal dosimeter of a worker, followed by more systematic measurements that showed contamination from an external source being carried by wind from the southeast. The Swedish government contacted Soviet authorities asking for an explanation. For a day, the Soviet Union maintained its silence. Then, on the evening of April 28th, the Soviet state media broadcast the single sentence that constituted the official public acknowledgement of the accident. An accident has occurred at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and measures are being taken to eliminate the consequences. This announcement, 4 words long in its essential content, after 2.5 days of complete public silence, was the first acknowledgement to the Soviet public that the world's worst nuclear accident had occurred on their territory. The lie the Soviet system had been trying to maintain, that everything was under control, that the accident was minor, that the radiation releases were manageable, was already collapsing under the weight of measurements being made by scientists in 7 European countries. Gorbachev's glasnost, the policy of openness he had been attempting to implement, met its first major test in Chernobyl, and the test revealed how deep the institutional resistance to truth was in the Soviet system. How many layers of bureaucracy were dedicated to managing information rather than communicating it, and how fragile the credibility of Soviet institutions was once that information management failed. The failure at Chernobyl was not just a nuclear failure. It was an institutional failure, a failure of the specific kind of society the Soviet Union had built, and the society could feel it. In the years between 1986 and 1991, Chernobyl became a specific reference point in the Soviet Union's ongoing internal conversation about the nature of the system. The accident demonstrated, with a clarity that ideology could not fully obscure, that the Soviet system's approach to safety, information, accountability, and scientific truth had produced a catastrophe. People who had been willing to accept the system's management of information and domains, where the truth was abstract, found it harder to accept in a domain where the truth was measurable, where radiation detectors told a different story from official announcements, where children in contaminated areas were getting sick in ways that official statements said were impossible. The loss of credibility that Chernobyl produced for Soviet institutions was specific and personal, and it spread through the society in ways that the party apparatus was not equipped to contain. The night of April 25th to 26th, 1986, was one night in one building in one part of the world, but the specific things that night contained, the hubris of the technology, the silence of the system, the courage of the firefighters, the specific innocence of the people of Pripyat going about their spring evening, have made it one of the most examined events of the 20th century, and examination has not diminished it. The examination has, if anything, deepened the specific moral and technical dimensions of what happened. The design flaw that killed Reactor 4 was known before the accident and not communicated to operators. The safety culture at the plant, shaped by the broader Soviet institutional culture of reporting upward only what was acceptable, had systematically underweighted the concerns of engineers and operators who had noticed problems. The decision to proceed with the test in the conditions of April 25th to 26th was the decision of a man who prioritized the schedule over safety in an environment where that prioritization was structurally encouraged. The 36 hours before, Pripyat was evacuated represent 36 hours during which thousands of children received radiation doses that did not need to be as high as they were. None of this is to assign the entire weight of the disaster to any single person or decision. The specific character of Chernobyl as a catastrophe is its systemic nature. It was produced by the interaction of design flaws, institutional pressures, information failures, and individual decisions in a way that makes identifying a single cause both tempting and misleading. It is the specific kind of accident that safety engineers call a normal accident, using Charles Perrow's concept. An accident that is normal in the sense of being an expectable outcome of the way a sufficiently complex system operates when multiple small failures interact in unforeseen ways. The RBMK design had the positive void coefficient. The Soviet nuclear bureaucracy concealed it from operators. The institutional culture encouraged proceeding with the test. Dyatlov overrode the operators' concerns. Topchinov pulled the control rods. The end effect fired. The reactor exploded. Each step followed from the previous one, and yet no single step was sufficient to produce the outcome without all the others. The specific lesson of Chernobyl is not that nuclear power is inevitably catastrophic, though it is legitimately the subject of debate about the acceptable risks of nuclear technology. The specific lesson is about what happens when institutions prioritize the management of information over the honest communication of risk, when the people who know the most about a system's dangers are structurally prevented from communicating those dangers to the people operating the system, and when the pressure to proceed overrides the specific human judgment of the people who are in the best position to know when to stop. This lesson is not nuclear specific. It is institutional. It applies to any complex system managed by human beings within institutional constraints. And it is a lesson that has had to be relearned at significant cost in domains far from nuclear energy. The Pripyat Ferris wheel has never turned. The May Day celebrations it was built for happened in Kiev, not in Pripyat, because Pripyat was being evacuated on May 1st, 1986. The children who would have ridden it were on buses moving south and west, carrying bags packed for 3 days, not knowing they were never coming back. The school notebooks are still in the classrooms, left on desks when the children were sent home on April 26th and not returned. The gas masks in the school's civil defense room, stored there against a different kind of emergency, are still on their shelves. The gymnasium's floor is rotting through, and birch trees are growing up through it, young white trees in the gymnasium light. The swimming pool has filled with decades of rain and debris, and now has its own small ecosystem, moss on the concrete, weeds in the shallow water. The people who built Pripyat, who moved there with their young families, who raised children in its wide streets and swam in its outdoor pool and watched films at its culture palace. They built a city that they expected to live in for their whole lives, and they lived in it for an average of 16 years. The city they built is still there, in the specific sense that the physical structures have not been demolished. Everything else is gone. The community, the purpose, the noise, the life. What replaced it is a specific kind of absence that has the quality of a photograph from which all the people have been removed, but the setting remains intact, complete in every detail, waiting for subjects who are not coming back. That is what Chernobyl produced on the night of April 25th to 26th, 1986, the largest, most permanent absence in the specific geography of modern Europe. a city that was alive on a Saturday evening in April and was empty by Sunday afternoon. A landscape that has been reclaimed by the non-human world in the decades since. We willed it by accident rather than by intention, returning to something that predates the human settlement that named the place and the plant and the disaster that carries that name through history. The reactor burns still, in the specific sense that radioactive decay does not stop. It simply slows over timescales that dwarf human history. The new safe confinement holds the remains. The exclusion zone grows its forests. The wolves and bears and eagles move through Pripyat's streets, and the Ferris wheel stands in the fairground, orange with rust, in the specific stillness of an April night in a city where no one is watching. The specific geography of the Chernobyl site matters for understanding the night of April 25th to 26th in a way that is easy to miss in the abstract telling. The plant was built in a flat, marshy landscape of rivers and forests in the Polisia region, a vast wetland that spans parts of Ukraine, Belarus, and Poland, one of the largest intact wetland systems in Europe. The Pripyat River, after which the city of Pripyat was named, runs through this landscape, and the Chernobyl plant used the river and the cooling pond connected to it for heat dissipation. The wetland landscape is not accidental in relation to the disaster. The water table in the area is shallow, which meant that one of the specific fears in the days following the explosion was that the melting nuclear fuel in the destroyed core would reach the water table and contaminate the groundwater supply for an enormous region, including the Dnieper River, which provided drinking water for Kiev and millions of downstream users. This specific fear, the fear of groundwater contamination, drove one of the most extraordinary engineering operations of the disaster's aftermath. The excavation of a tunnel beneath Reactor 4 by miners brought from the Donbass coal region, working in relay shifts in extremely confined, high-temperature, high-radiation conditions, to install a heat exchanger beneath the reactor that would prevent the molten fuel from melting through the concrete base and into the earth below. The miners worked in conditions where the heat underground was so intense that they stripped to their underwear to work, where the shifts were measured in minutes rather than hours because of the radiation exposure, where the work was physically brutal and the potential consequences of failure were measured in millions of people's drinking water supplies. The miners received no protective equipment beyond what standard mine safety required. They received no special radiation training. They received an assignment, and they completed it with a speed and a thoroughness that subsequent analysis has regarded as genuinely heroic. In the specific non-theatrical sense of the word, people doing an extraordinarily difficult and dangerous job that they understood to be necessary, without being given the full picture of the danger, because the system that deployed them was still managing information rather than communicating it. Many of the Donbass miners who worked under Reactor 4 in May and June 1986 subsequently developed health problems that their families and advocacy groups attribute to their radiation exposure, though establishing individual causation in a population with multiple exposures over a lifetime is medically difficult. The groundwater contamination that the miners' work was intended to prevent appears to have been avoided, or at least significantly mitigated. The molten fuel, the corium, the mixture of nuclear fuel and melted reactor materials that had formed in the lower levels of the reactor building, did not reach the water table. Whether this was because the miners' heat exchanger worked as intended, or because the corium had already solidified sufficiently before it reached the concrete base, or some combination, is a matter of some technical debate. What is not debated is that a specific worst-case scenario, contamination of the Dnieper water system with mobile radionuclides from dissolved nuclear fuel, did not occur, and that the people who worked to prevent it did so at significant personal cost. The helicopter pilots who flew the missions to drop sand, boron, clay, and lead onto the open reactor are another specific population of the Chernobyl disaster that the standard narrative tends to flatten into a single category of heroism without dwelling on the specific human experience of what they did. The helicopter operations began on April 27th, the day after the explosion, and continued for approximately 10 days until the graphite fire was suppressed. Approximately 5,000 tons of material were dropped onto the open core from helicopters that had to fly directly over the reactor at low altitude to achieve the accuracy necessary for the drops to land in the core rather than on the surrounding structure. Flying over an open nuclear reactor core at low altitude is one of the more specific occupational hazards that helicopter pilots have ever been asked to accept. The pilots wore lead vests on the later flights after it became clear that the early flights were producing significant radiation exposures. But the lead vests were inadequate protection against the specific radiation geometry of flying directly over the core. Gamma radiation comes from below and from the sides as well as from above, and a vest protects only a portion of the body. The pilots accumulated radiation doses on each flight that were measured in the Soviet dosimetry system against thresholds that were themselves being recalibrated upward as the operation continued. Because if the doses were accurately calculated at the actual exposure rates, the available pilots would have been grounded within days. One helicopter accident during the operation killed 4 crew members when their aircraft hit a construction crane cable during a flight near the reactor. A non-radiation accident in the ordinary sense of the word, but occurring in the specific context of an operation that had nothing ordinary about it. General Nikolai Antoshkin, who commanded the helicopter operations, spent the entire 10-day period coordinating the flights from a position on the ground near the reactor that exposed him to significant radiation. He survived. Most of his pilots survived. Several developed radiation-related health problems in the following years. They had dropped 5,000 tons of material from helicopters onto an open nuclear core, flying hundreds of missions over one of the most radioactive environments a human being had ever voluntarily entered. The food contamination that followed the accident in the surrounding region is one of the least discussed but most important public health dimensions of Chernobyl, partly because it was managed through official denial, and partly because its consequences played out over years rather than days and were therefore less dramatic than the acute deaths of the firefighters and operators. The radioactive plume from Reactor 4 drifted predominantly northward and westward from the plant in the days following the explosion, carried by the prevailing winds. The specific direction the plume took on any given day depended on wind conditions, and over the 10 days of active release, the plume traced a path that deposited radioactive material across Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and eventually, in lower concentrations, across Poland, Scandinavia, Germany, France, and other parts of Europe. The highest concentrations of contamination outside the immediate exclusion zone fell in specific areas of Belarus, particularly in the Gomel and Mogilev regions, where the accident's plume deposited significant amounts of cesium-137 and iodine-131. In these contaminated areas, the local population continued eating locally produced food, particularly milk, because they had not been told to stop. The cows grazing on contaminated pasture concentrated iodine-131 in their milk, and the milk distributed through the Soviet agricultural system to local shops and collective farm distribution. Points was not tested for contamination before sale in the immediate aftermath of the accident, because testing was not a standard part of Soviet food safety practice, and because the contamination was not publicly acknowledged in a way that would have triggered precautionary testing. Children who drank this milk in the weeks following April 26th received significant thyroid doses of iodine-131, doses that would not produce any immediate symptoms, but that would elevate their risk of thyroid cancer across the following decades. The specific epidemiological consequence that has been most clearly established in the decades since the accident is an elevated rate of thyroid cancer in people who are children or adolescents in the most contaminated areas of Ukraine and Belarus at the time of the accident. Thyroid cancer is normally a rare cancer in young people. The elevated rates in the Chernobyl-affected populations particularly the steep increase in thyroid cancer diagnoses that began appearing in the early 1990s, approximately 5 years after the accident, were distinctive enough and the geographic correlation with contamination levels strong, enough that the scientific community has accepted the causal link as established. Approximately 6,000 cases of thyroid cancer in people who were children at the time of the accident have been attributed to Chernobyl exposure, of which approximately 15 have proven fatal. A relatively small absolute death toll, but a significant number of thyroid cancer cases that would not have occurred in the absence of the accident and that required surgery, often followed by radioiodine treatment and lifelong hormone replacement. The distribution of potassium iodide tablets to children in the contaminated areas, which would have saturated the thyroid with stable iodine and blocked the absorption of radioactive iodine 131, was delayed by the same combination of information management and bureaucratic inertia that delayed the evacuation of Pripyat. In some areas, the tablets were available but not distributed for days. In other areas, they were distributed days after the initial exposure, too late to prevent the thyroid doses that had already been received. In still other areas, they were not distributed at all. The inadequacy of the iodine tablet distribution is one of the specific preventable public health failures of the Chernobyl response that subsequent analysis has identified as contributing to the thyroid cancer burden among the child population. The specific experience of the Chernobyl disaster has been documented in a form unusual among industrial accidents. Oral testimony, collected systematically and in depth from hundreds of people who were affected by the accident. Residents of Pripyat and the surrounding villages, liquidators, former plant workers, medical staff, Soviet officials. By the Belarusian author and journalist Svetlana Alesevich, who spent approximately 10 years conducting and compiling these interviews. Her book, published in Russian in 1997 and translated into English as Voices from Chernobyl, The Oral History of a Nuclear Disaster, is one of the defining documents of the Chernobyl story and one of the most important single works in the literature of disaster. Aleksevich's method was not conventional journalism. She allowed people to speak at length, in their own terms, without structuring their testimony toward particular conclusions or leading them toward particular statements. The result is a book of fragments, hundreds of voices in specific registers, each telling a different portion of the same event from the specific vantage point of their own experience. A wife describing her husband's death in hospital number 6, sitting with him while his body literally came apart from radiation damage, holding him while he burned from the inside. A woman who returned to her contaminated village against official prohibition because she had been born there and was old and did not care what the dosimeter said. A firefighter who survived, but whose body bore the consequences for the rest of his life. A man who had been a liquidator and who had spent years since trying to explain to himself why he had done what he was asked to do in the weeks after the accident. Aleksevich won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 2015, and Voices from Chernobyl was one of the works cited by the Nobel Committee. The prize recognized not just the Chernobyl book, but her entire body of work, which used the same method of testimony collection to document the experience of Soviet and post-Soviet history from the perspectives of those who lived it, rather than those who managed it. Chernobyl was the most extreme example of the method's appropriateness, because what happened at Chernobyl was experienced most intensely at the individual level, by the firefighter who tasted metal in his mouth, by the mother who was not told her child's milk was contaminated, by the liquidator who shoveled graphite from the reactor roof in 90-second shifts, and the institutional level of the story, the bureaucratic decisions, and the information management and the trial make sense only against the background of these individual experiences. The specific quality that makes Voices from Chernobyl so different from conventional historical accounts is its refusal of the systematic. Aleksevich does not organize the testimony to produce a coherent argument or a narrative arc. The book is deliberately fragmentary, because the experience it documents was fragmentary. Different people knowing different pieces of the same reality. No single person knowing all of it. The whole only visible from above and behind, in retrospect, assembled from the parts. This is how catastrophes actually work, and a book that rendered Chernobyl as a coherent, organized narrative would be telling a kind of lie about the nature of the experience. The animals of the exclusion zone have become one of the unexpected stories of Chernobyl's long aftermath, partly because they challenge simple narratives about radiation's effects on living systems, and partly because the exclusion zone's rewilding has been so dramatic and so complete that it raises genuinely interesting questions about the relative harms of radiation exposure versus human habitation on ecosystem health. Studies conducted in the exclusion zone in the years following the accident found evidence of radiation damage in animals in the most contaminated areas. Reduced populations of soil invertebrates, birds with abnormal coloration due to reduced melanin production, mammals with cataracts, and other radiation-linked pathologies. These findings were real, and they reflected the genuine biological impact of the contamination, particularly in the years of highest radioactivity immediately following the accident. Some areas of the exclusion zone, particularly those closest to the reactor, and in specific areas of heavy fallout like the red forest, the stand of pine trees that turned red and died from radiation exposure immediately after the accident, were genuinely hostile to most life forms for years. But the overall picture of the exclusion zone's ecosystem in the decades following evacuation has been more complex and more surprising than a simple radiation kills everything narrative would predict. The removal of human activity, the cessation of agriculture, the end of hunting, the absence of road traffic appears to have had a large positive effect on wildlife populations that offsets, or more than offsets, the radiation's negative effects in much of the zone. Wildlife populations of species that had been suppressed by human activity recovered dramatically in the years after evacuation. The wolf population in the zone is estimated to be 7 times higher than in comparable unfenced nature reserves. Lynx, absent from most of Ukraine, are present in the zone in significant numbers. Przewalski's horses, a species almost extinct globally, were introduced to the zone in the late 1990s and have established a free-ranging population. The ecological debate about the zone's wildlife is not settled. Different research groups have published contradictory findings, and the methodology of studying an ecosystem that is not static and that involves multiple interacting variables of radiation, human absence, and habitat quality is genuinely difficult. What the debate reflects, more than any simple answer, is the complexity of the relationship between radiation and life, the difficulty of separating radiation effects from the effects of human absence, and the unexpected ways that an unprecedented human catastrophe can produce beneficial ecological outcomes through the mechanism of removing human beings from a landscape for decades. The ecological recovery of the exclusion zone does not redeem the accident or its consequences for the human beings affected by it. It is simply one of the things that happened, one of the specific unintended consequences of an event whose intended and unintended consequences have been playing out across 4 decades and will continue to play out for centuries. The wolves running through Pripyat's empty streets are not a metaphor for anything. They are wolves in a city that was abandoned and that their species has reclaimed, doing what wolves do in the absence of the specific pressure that human habitation represents, indifferent to the specific history of the ground they run on. The question of how many people died as a result of the Chernobyl accident is one of the most contested questions in the entire history of the disaster. And the specific nature of that contest, who is making which claims, on what basis, with what agenda, is itself informative about the broader politics of nuclear energy and radiation risk. On one end of the spectrum, the United Nations Chernobyl Forum, a body established in 2003 by several UN agencies to assess the accident's health effects, published a report in 2005 that attributed approximately 60 direct deaths to the accident. the 28 acute radiation deaths plus approximately 15 thyroid cancer deaths in the years since, and projected approximately 4,000 additional cancer deaths among the most highly exposed populations over their lifetimes. This figure of approximately 4,000 projected deaths, published by official UN agencies, is the number most frequently cited by advocates for nuclear power as the authoritative assessment of the accident's death toll. On the other end of the spectrum, a 2006 report by the Chernobyl forum's critics, published by Greenpeace, and citing different epidemiological models and a broader definition of the affected population, projected nearly 1 million additional cancer deaths worldwide as a result of Chernobyl's radiation releases. This figure is widely rejected by health physicists and epidemiologists as methodologically unsound, employing models that most radiation scientists regard as inappropriate for the exposure levels involved. The genuine scientific consensus, expressed in the peer-reviewed literature, outside the politically charged environment of pro-nuclear and anti-nuclear advocacy, lies somewhere between these extremes. The clearest and most well-documented effects are the thyroid cancers in children and the acute radiation syndrome deaths. Beyond these, the epidemiological signal of elevated cancer rates in the broader exposed population is difficult to establish reliably against the background cancer rates of a population with multiple other risk factors. And the long-term studies of the liquidator population and the evacuated populations have produced results that are genuine but that are smaller in absolute terms than the more alarming projections suggested. What is not in dispute is that the accident was the largest accidental release of radioactive material in history, that it produced measurable health effects in a population of millions, that it required the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of people, and the permanent abandonment of a significant area of productive land, that it imposed enormous economic costs on the Soviet Union and its successors, and that its specific human cost, measured not only in deaths, but in the disruption of lives, the loss of community, the chronic anxiety of living in contaminated areas, the specific experience of the people whose stories Alexeyevich collected, was enormous. The argument about the precise number of deaths is partly a scientific argument and partly a proxy argument about nuclear energy's acceptability as a power source, which means it will continue as long as that larger argument does. The night of April 25th to 26, 1986, exists in a specific relationship to subsequent nuclear accidents and nuclear policy that is worth understanding, because the accident did not end with the sarcophagus, or with the exclusion zone, or with the Soviet Union's collapse. It continues to shape how the world thinks about nuclear energy, nuclear safety, and the specific institutional conditions that allow catastrophic accidents to occur. The 3 Mile Island accident of 1979 and the Chernobyl accident of 1986 together produced a dramatic slowdown in nuclear power plant construction in the United States and Western Europe in the 1980s and 1990s. The public fear of nuclear power that both accidents intensified, even though 3 Mile Island killed no one, and Chernobyl's design was fundamentally different from Western. Reactor designs influenced energy policy in ways that lasted decades. The specific irony that fossil fuel combustion, which was replacing the nuclear capacity that wasn't built, kills far more people annually through air pollution than nuclear accidents have killed across the entire history of commercial nuclear power, is a real and uncomfortable irony in the politics of energy risk assessment. The Fukushima Daiichi accident in Japan in March 2011, triggered by an earthquake and tsunami that disabled the plant's cooling systems, produced a second wave of nuclear plant closures and policy reversals, particularly in Germany, which accelerated its nuclear phase-out in the aftermath of Fukushima, a decision that subsequently increased Germany's reliance on coal-fired power generation and produced a measurable increase in air pollution-related mortality in the years that followed. The relationship between nuclear risk and other energy risks, the specific comparison between the deaths caused by nuclear accidents and the deaths caused by the fossil fuels that replace nuclear capacity, is one of the genuine, moral, and technical questions of contemporary energy policy, and Chernobyl's shadow falls across it in ways that are not always illuminating and not always accurate to the specific facts of what happened. The RBMK reactor design was modified after the accident. The specific modifications addressed the two design flaws that contributed most directly to the April 26th explosion. The positive void coefficient was reduced by increasing the enrichment of the uranium fuel, and the control rod design was changed to eliminate the graphite-tipped end effect that had contributed to the power surge when the AZ5 button was pressed. These modifications were made to all operating RBMK reactors in the Soviet Union in the years following the accident. The reactors continued to operate, and some continue to operate today in Russia, because the economic and energy cost of shutting them down immediately was considered greater than the risk of continued operation with the modified design. This is its own specific kind of moral accounting. The corium is still there, beneath Reactor 4, beneath the new safe confinement. In the lower levels of the destroyed reactor building, the material that formed when the nuclear fuel melted and mixed with the reactor's structural materials during the accident. The corium, sometimes called the elephant's foot because of the shape of one of its larger formations, continues to exist, continues to be radioactive, continues to generate a small amount of heat from radioactive decay. The elephant's foot was discovered by workers exploring the reactor building in 1986, who used a camera on a wheel to examine the lower levels. The formation they found, a gray-black mass of solidified corium approximately 2 meters across, with the texture of ceramic and the internal structure of a partly crystallized glass, was producing radiation at levels that killed the camera electronics within minutes, and that would have delivered a lethal dose to a person standing 1 meter from it in approximately 4 minutes. Today, more than 38 years after the accident, the elephant's foot's surface radiation has decreased significantly as its shorter-lived isotopes have decayed. It is still not safe to approach without shielding. Workers who need to access the areas of the reactor building where the corium is present do so with strict time limits and dosimetry, and the areas of highest contamination remain off-limits to all but the most essential personnel. The corium will remain a radioactive hazard requiring management for centuries, an ongoing consequence of 23 seconds in the early morning of April 26, 1986. The specific technological challenge of eventually decommissioning the Chernobyl site, removing or permanently containing the corium, and the vast inventory of radioactive material in and around the destroyed reactor is a problem that no one has yet fully solved. Because the technology to safely remove nuclear fuel in the condition it is in at Chernobyl does not yet exist in deployable form. The new safe confinement is a 100-year solution. It keeps the site from contaminating the environment for 100 years, while the technology, the funding, and the international will to address the permanent decommissioning question are assembled. Whether that assembly will happen within the century the confinement structure is designed for is genuinely uncertain. This is the specific nature of the Chernobyl inheritance, a problem that does not end with the event, that continues to require management across generations. That will be someone else's problem when the people who made the decisions and built the structures that currently contain it are long dead. The exclusion zone's forests will be growing. The wolves will be running through Pripyat streets, and the corium will still be there, in the dark beneath the confinement structure, cooling slowly toward the specific threshold at which it becomes safe enough to touch without dying immediately. The night of April 25th to 26th, 1986 was one night. Its consequences are measured in centuries. The night of April 25th to 26th, 1986 was one night in one building in one part of the world. But the specific things that night contained, the hubris of the technology, the silence of the system, the courage of the firefighters, the specific innocence of the people of Pripyat going about their spring evening, have made it one of the most examined events of the 20th century, and examination has not diminished it. The examination has, if anything, deepened the specific moral and technical dimensions of what happened. The design flaw that killed Reactor 4 was known before the accident and not communicated to operators. A safety culture at the plant, shaped by the broader Soviet institutional culture of reporting upward only what was acceptable, had systematically underweighted the concerns of engineers and operators who had noticed problems. The decision to proceed with the test in the conditions of April 25th to 26th was the decision of a man who prioritized schedule over safety in an environment where that prioritization was structurally encouraged. The 36 hours before Pripyat was evacuated represent 36 hours during which thousands of children received radiation doses that did not need to be as high as they were. None of this is to assign the entire weight of the disaster to any single person or decision. The specific character of Chernobyl as a catastrophe is its systemic nature. It was produced by the interaction of design flaws, institutional pressures, information failures, and individual decisions in a way that makes identifying a single cause both tempting and misleading. It is the specific kind of accident that safety engineers call a normal accident, using Charles Perrow's concept. An accident that is normal in the sense of being an expectable outcome of the way a sufficiently complex system operates when multiple small failures interact in unforeseen ways. The RBMK design had the positive void coefficient. The Soviet nuclear bureaucracy concealed it from operators. The institutional culture encouraged proceeding with the test. Dyatlov overrode the operators' concerns. Topshunov pulled the control rods. The end effect fired. The reactor exploded. Each step followed from the previous one, and yet no single step was sufficient to produce the outcome without all the others. The specific lesson of Chernobyl is not that nuclear power is inevitably catastrophic, though it is legitimately the subject of debate about the acceptable risks of nuclear technology. The specific lesson is about what happens when institutions prioritize the management of information over the honest communication of risk, when the people who know the most about a system's dangers are structurally prevented from communicating those dangers to the people operating the system, and when the pressure to proceed overrides the specific human judgment of the people who are in the best position to know when to stop. This lesson is not nuclear specific, it is institutional. It applies to any complex system managed by human beings within institutional constraints, and it is a lesson that has had to be relearned at significant cost in domains far from nuclear energy. The Pripyat Ferris wheel has never turned. The May Day celebrations it was built for happened in Kiev, not in Pripyat, because Pripyat was being evacuated on May 1st, 1986. The children who would have ridden it were on buses moving south and west, carrying bags packed for 3 days, not knowing they were never coming back. The school notebooks are still in the classrooms, left on desks when the children were sent home on April 26th and not returned. The gas masks in the school's civil defense room, stored there against a different kind of emergency, are still on their shelves. The gymnasium's floor is rotting through, and birch trees are growing up through it, young white trees in the gymnasium light. The swimming pool has filled with decades of rain and debris, and now has its own small ecosystem, moss on the concrete, weeds in the shallow water. The people who built Pripyat, who moved there with their young families, who raised children in its wide streets and swam in its outdoor pool and watched films at its culture palace. They built a city that they expected to live in for their whole lives, and they lived in it for an average of 16 years. The city they built is still there, in the specific sense that the physical structures have not been demolished. Everything else is gone. The community, the purpose, the noise, the life. What replaced it is a specific kind of absence that has the quality of a photograph from which all the people have been removed, but the setting remains intact, complete in every detail, waiting for subjects who are not coming back. That is what Chernobyl produced on the night of April 25th to 26th, 1986, the largest, most permanent absence in the specific geography of modern Europe. A city that was alive on a Saturday evening in April and was empty by Sunday afternoon. A landscape that has been reclaimed by the non-human world in the decades since, rewielded by accident rather than by intention, returning to something that predates the human settlement that named the place and the plant and the disaster that carries that name through history. The reactor burns still in the specific sense that radioactive decay does not stop. It simply slows over timescales that dwarf human history. The new safe confinement holds the remains. The exclusion zone grows its forests. The wolves and bears and eagles move through Pripyat's streets. And the Ferris wheel stands in the fairground, orange with rust, in the specific stillness of an April night in a city where no one is watching. Sleep well.